Without Dave, guys. We're gonna start. Dave will have to come.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome again to this special meeting. I'm going to call to order the special meeting for December the 11th, 2024. And Madam Clerk, roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Basua.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Here.
Councilmember Perella.
Here.
Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on December 3rd, 2024.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going into item B, and this is a pledge of allegiance to the United States of America. I know we have a lot of people, so please stand if you can and help me with the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay. So our next item is item C1. This is the city attorney. The subject's declaration of the results of canvass of returns of the November 5th, 2024 general municipal election and administration of oath of office. Recommendation that the city council, acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District 5, River Park, 1, adopt a resolution declaring the results of the canvass of returns of the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election in the city of Oxnard, and two, or B, adopt a uncodified ordinance titled, quote, an ordinance that continues and maintains services and amenities within the River Park community by the readoption of resolution number 12936, Exhibit A, and Table 1 in Exhibit B, to prevent the elimination of substantial reduction on the collection Community Facilities District Number 5, River Park Special Districts, and reaffirm that the CFD Number 5's special taxes shall not be eliminated or reduced or slashed or restricted by one or more of the three initiatives proposed by the Aaron Starr, Alicia Parcell, and Daniel Wilkenfield. 2, adopt that the City Council adopt a resolution declaring the results of the canvass of returns of November 5th, 2024 general municipal election of the city of Oxnard. And that the City Council authorize, are we there yet, Mr. City Attorney, for that one? We are, okay. That the City Council authorize administration of oath to the offices of newly elected officers in the following order: Lourdes Luli Lopez, Philip Molina, Aaron Starr, Carbela Rodriguez, Michaela Perez, Louis MacArthur, and after the following remarks about officers. But before we do that, I understand that we have some public comments. Is that correct? Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, now would be the time to take public comments unless there's questions from the council on item C1.
Council members, do we have any concerns or comments on item C1? If not, then we're going to take some public comments. And we'll go, let me see, we have quite a few. We have 3 minutes. You don't have to take all your 3 minutes. And then we can go from there. We have Mr. Edward Sierra, followed by Fernando Gutierrez. Eduardo Sierra, followed by Fernando Gutierrez. You got 3 minutes, or up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Edward Sierra. I live at 3302 Brookwood here in Oxnard. A few things relating to the election and what we're doing here tonight. First, to those outgoing members of the City Council, thank you for your service. For all the new people coming in, just take a look at all the people that are here. They might even be in another room, and I think it is a testament to the excitement that people feel about new blood coming in and having a change. And I think that we have to look forward with great anticipation to what all the new people can bring to this city. And I congratulate them and look forward to their efforts over the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. I know that we're excited, but hold the applause, and you can really expedite the process. Okay, Fernando Gutierrez, followed by Ray Platel. Fernando?
Thank you for the 3 minutes, sir. Thank you for all your service for all the many years you worked as a council member and even at the county level. Thank you for all the hard work you've done in the past. Secondly, the outgoing members, thank you for the service too. And of course, we're here, a lot of us, for the special occasion of the new members coming on board. Especially, I support and help a little bit Mr. Starr to come and accomplish what he's been trying on the outside. So now he's gonna be able to do it without any lawsuits from within, and hopefully we can have better results and the agenda that he has for the city. I know he has a record. We don't need to specify any details, but I know he's done a good job in the past, and I know he will continue to do a good job from the inside. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ray Platel, followed by Stephen Leclerc. Ray?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city staff. Good evening and thank you. First of all, I'd like to again thank those council members who have served this city for many, many years. Thank you very much. Then I'd like to welcome the new council members and wish them one or more successful terms. The Oxnard voters have signaled that it's time for a change. It's time for new and fresh ideas and collaboration. We Oxnard voters sent you to the dais with the hope that this change will bring unity to the city and city leadership. It's time to stay out of the court system by obeying existing laws and all move forward in a positive direction. Put your pettiness and power trips behind you and let's all work together. The city has much unrealized potential, which has laid dormant for way too long. With this fresh set of leadership, let's give this city a much-needed facelift and make it more inviting to visitors. Let's make it safer by making better use of public safety funding. Let's work together to reduce the number of homeless. It may take thinking out of the box to do this. Time to entertain new ideas. Solution does not have to be a Taj Mahal. Let's bring in more and better paying jobs, or better yet, careers, from the businesses and new opportunities such that our young population can actually afford to live here. And finally, let's stop this crazy spending trend such that new taxes won't be needed. If you have a budget, adhere to it. It's more than just a required piece of paper. Stick to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please look up. Stephen Leclerc, followed by Deborah Barber. Stephen?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to congratulate the incoming council and also thank the outgoing council. This city is where it is today because of the difficult decisions that the outgoing council made over the last many terms, in some cases many years, in some cases around 2 years, helping to build the future that we will get to enjoy in this city. Mr. Mayor, one of the things I like to acknowledge is when you were elected to the Board of Supervisors, you were the first Latino elected to the board in 100 years. 100 years.
Thank you.
And what happened there is you paved the way to many more Latinos to be elected in this city and at the county level. Your successor will actually be a Latino as well, and one of the few Latino mayors this city has had. While it's not why you ran, it does show that it represents the community and it proves that it's possible. And the same goes to the other outgoing council members. They proved that whether you're a police officer or a teacher or a union worker, that you have a place here on the dais, and that's important, and it's why the city is so good and why our future will be bright because of it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your service. Thank you for paving the way, breaking those barriers, and proving that even though it took 100 years, it's worth it that this city has representation that reflects its community. So thank you. Thank you for your service, and thank you to the outgoing members, and I congratulate the incoming members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Deborah Barber, followed by Maria Elena Aldaña. Deborah.
It's Baber, B-A-B-E-R.
Excuse-
That's
excuse me,
okay, not a
excuse me.
problem. I want to say thank you again to all the outgoing members of the city council. It's tremendous that you have served. And to all the incoming members, congratulations to them. Our constitutional republic, our unique American system of government, teaches us that we must learn to govern alongside each other and not despite each other. It becomes really important. I want to say a special shout out to my friend Aaron Starr and his wife Alicia. I've been out here in California for 10 years. Aaron was an early mentor to me, and Alicia helped me pick up some additional pieces. And for that, I am very grateful. By putting America first in the world, by making California the best in the nation, and making Ventura County #1 in the state, we will enjoy prosperity, joy, and a wonderful future. Let's make Oxnard, its largest city in Ventura, the North Star. And with that, to some people I'm known to sing. Usually it's God Bless America. Tonight I say, jingle bells, jingle bells. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Maria Elena Aldana, followed by Dan Pinedo. Maria Elena.
Good evening, respective council members and
Good
Mayor
evening.
Zaragoza.
Good evening.
My name is Maria Elena Saldana Aldana, a member of this community since birth, 76 years of age, and proud to be a resident of the city of Oxnard and a resident of Ventura County. Mayor, thank you for all your years of service. You have set an example, as Mr. Steve just shared, in regarding Latino representation for this community that reflects that. And so continuous congratulations on your new endeavor.
Thank you.
To the incoming new mayor, Louis MacArthur, my congrats. My heart is filled with such encouragement and positivism in seeing that our new elected respective council people, Gabriela Rodriguez, Micaela Perez, thank you, and Luli, Lopez. Congratulations to all of you, and I see nothing but positivism for the city of Oxnard with our new council members. I also am a member of the Save Oxnard's Art Carnegie Museum, and I'm going to continue to ask for your support in making the Carnegie stay what it is meant to be originally when it was donated to the city of Oxnard, and to cherish and keep those beautiful pieces of art at the museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, please, please hold your applause for last. Dan Pinedo, followed by Alejandra Mendoza. Mr. Pinedo.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor
evening.
Pro Tem Brian McDonough, Oxnard City Council members, City Manager Alex Nguyen, and staff and members of the Oxnard public. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for your service. I also I want to thank you. I come today to thank you, John Zaragoza, for your service to Oxnard, your service. You served as an employee, council member, and as mayor, and you also served Ventura County as a supervisor. Thank you. I also want to thank Brian McDonald for your service as an Oxnard police officer and as a council member. Thank you, sir. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
Oscar Madrigal, I want to thank you for serving Oxnard as the District 3 representative. Thank you, Luli Lopez, for your service to the city of Oxnard as an employee for a long career. And congratulations to you and the other newly elected representatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I had, several, but anyway, reports. Item C1, adopt a unified codified ordinance, LMD 5. Please unanimously adopt that. Mayor Luis MacArthur, Oxnard City Council members, please adopt LMD 5. I think that'll occur after the oath. That's why I said that. But on the selection of Mayor Pro Tem, there's two methods outlined in the agenda. But what are those methods? Please select the seniority method. I urge you to consider selecting the longest-serving council member, Bert Perello, to the position of Mayor Pro Tem. In his many years of service as a councilman, Mr. Perello has been a champion, not just for the residents in his district, but for all residents of the city of Oxnard. Mr. Perello has served as chairman of several city council committees. Through that service, Mr. Perello has gained great institutional knowledge. So Mayor, council members, select Councilman Bert Perello to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, we have Alejandra Mendoza followed by Amber Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Cernas Mendoza, and on behalf of Congresswoman Julia Brownley, I would like to recognize Mayor Luis MacArthur and the other members of the City Council for their remarkable service to the City of Oxnard. Congresswoman Brownley has often said it is her greatest privilege to represent the people of California's 26th Congressional District, which includes the City of Oxnard. She has worked to move our communities forward and to do all that she can do to improve the lives of all of her constituents. And she has done in partnership with the city, and she hopes to continue to do so with Mayor MacArthur and the entire Oxnard City Council, including its new council members, Gabriela Rodriguez, Micaela Perez, Aaron Starr. She also congratulates City Clerk Luli Lopez and City Treasurer Philip Molina on the recent elections. The city and its wonderful staff have helped maintain and expand the very aspects of the city that make Oxnard a truly desirable place to live, work, and raise a family. The Congresswoman extends her sincere appreciation to the City Council for their steadfast dedication and commitment to best serve the residents of this great city in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Amber Thompson followed by Abel Velasquez. Amber Thompson.
Good evening to the incoming and outgoing mayor, incoming city clerk Lopez, council members, honored guests, and my neighbors. Tonight, we gather with pride and anticipation to witness the swearing in of new leaders who will shape the future of Oxnard. To incoming Mayor Luis MacArthur, council members Gabriela Rodriguez and Micaela Perez, and city clerk Luli Lopez, congratulations on this monumental achievement. There is an undeniable sense of jubilation in this room. From La Colonia to Kamala Park, from Heritage Square to City Hall, Oxnard is alive with hope and promise. But even as we celebrate, we must acknowledge the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. This is the calm before the storm, and the challenges ahead will test the resolve of this new council and this community in ways we have not seen. Incoming Mayor MacArthur, your experience as a former police officer will be invaluable as we face a landscape increasingly marked by fear and uncertainty. The specter of mass deportations looms large, threatening to tear families apart and destabilize this community. We will rely on your leadership to ensure that Oxnard remains a place of safety and dignity for all of its residents, no matter where they were born or the language they speak. City Clerk Lopez, your expertise in the mechanics of democracy is critical at this moment. Across the country, efforts to suppress the vote and undermine free elections are taking root. Here in Oxnard, the responsibility falls to you to ensure that every voice is heard and every vote is counted. Democracy depends on guardians like you who will defend it from those who seek to erode its foundation. And to Council Members Rodriguez and Perez, your leadership arrives at a time when women's rights and LGBTQ+ healthcare are under unprecedented assault. The decisions you make here will ripple far beyond these chambers, and Oxnard looks to you to stand firm and protecting the autonomy and dignity of all of its residents. As an LGBTQ+ activist and a resident of our sister city of Ventura, I stand here tonight as your neighbor, deeply invested in the well-being of Oxnard. A strong Oxnard lifts all of Ventura County, but strength will not come without sacrifice, without courage, and without an unwavering commitment to the values that make this city a beacon of hope and resilience. There will be tough decisions ahead, decisions that will force you to choose between the convenience of compliance and the courage of resistance. But remember, you are not alone. From your neighbors in Ventura to the families of Oxnard, we all stand with you. The road ahead may be steep, but it is not impassable. Together, we can build an Oxnard and a Ventura County that remains vibrant, inclusive, and unshakable in the face of adversity.
Thank you, Amber.
Thank you.
Okay. No clapping, please. Okay, Abel Velasquez, followed by Manuel Herrera.
Oh, hello. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Louis MacArthur, City Council Member Aaron Starr, City Councilwoman Gabriela Rodriguez, City Councilwoman Michaela Perez, City Clerk Luli Lopez, and City Treasurer Phil Molina. So I had the opportunity to speak to each and every one of them, each and every candidate. I don't know if you've seen my interviews on Facebook or on YouTube. And I had a conversation after each of them won, asking them what do they want to make a difference for. All of them had great answers, and I'm proud to work with every single one of them, whether it's my community, other communities. I am glad to have the opportunity to know all of City Council, except Bert. I'm gonna meet you soon. But I'm really excited to see how City Council is gonna work now. A lot of people were wondering, how come other people lost? How come other people we supported did not get the position? I talked to voters afterwards, and they said they did not reach the criteria, what they needed. However, I feel like in the future upcoming, even though there's darkness, there's always light in the end of the road. And I'm glad to have Mayor Zaragoza serve as our mayor. I'm glad to have Brian McDonald as Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, Oscar Mandrigal and Arthur Venezuela. Thank you guys for what you've done for this job. I really do appreciate everything. I've had the great opportunity to call every single member, especially the mayor, the new mayor. We were on a phone call, actually. He said it's gonna be like a 20-minute phone call. I was like, all right. 20 minutes turned into 2 hours almost. But it was a great phone call because we got to go over everything. We got to go over the communities, taxes, my personal life. So he's really great about the city, and I'm glad that he has the opportunity to change the city. And I love his views. I love Aaron Starr's views. I hope that everybody gets everything done. Michaela Perez, she got me into politics, actually. I really thank her for that. Gabriela Rodriguez, she was my first interviewee, and I appreciate her for taking the time out of her night to have this interview. And I wish everybody well in City Council. I wish everybody well as the mayor. And I thank you, Mr. Zaragoza, for everything from serving as mayor, City Council, and supervisor. And I hope everybody could work with the new City Council, because I'll try my best. Even though I'm not an elected official, I will try my best in order to get stuff done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Manuel Herrera, followed by Casey Rodriguez. Manuel Herrera.
This message is for Aaron Starr. You expected it, though, right? For the last who knows how many years, there has not been a bigger critic of our city officials than Aaron Starr. You have sued the city 15 times and have cost the taxpayers over, what, $3-4 million? We forget. In legal fees, claiming that you were doing this in an effort to help our citizens. You ran for office 5 times, and 5 times you were rejected by the voters. Yet, you didn't give up, and for that, I congratulate you. I'm not sure why you finally won. I hope it was because you out-hustled your opponent and not because you were able to fool the voters. I guess at this point, it doesn't really matter. I'm sure you've heard the saying, be careful what you ask for, because you are now a city official and now you can and will be held accountable for your actions. A few years ago, when you felt that our city council wasn't listening to you, you tried to have them recalled. As fate would have it, you now literally will sit across from one of the council members whom you tried to have recalled. Well, guess who's now subject to a recall? You. I hope it doesn't come to this, and I hope now that you're on the other side, you will now respect the office of that which you fought and often ridiculed, and you said you didn't know what they were doing. Because you had zero experience on how a city operates, you will finally get to see how difficult it is to be a city official. And let's not forget that you are only one vote on the council. And because you're not known as a team player, I don't see what you can accomplish with just one vote. On the other hand, maybe you can prove us all wrong by doing some good with this position and fighting for what's best for the citizens of Oxnard and not what's best for Aaron Starr. Here's your chance to be a uniter. Here's your chance to prove what you've always said, that you do this for the betterment of the people. If that's true, I'm with you. If that's not true, we'll see what happens.
Okay. Okay, please, no clapping. Casey Rodriguez, followed by Irma Lopez. Casey Rodriguez.
Haku, hello. Mr. Bossman, I'm going to miss you, but I know I will see you through the community and different events. Thank you sincerely for always approaching me with the most respect. And it truly means a lot to have seen that from a city mayor being a Chumash woman, because that was not always known in this county. But I have seen it generally from you, and I just wanted to tell you thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the council members who have been a shining example of support and collaboration with local Chumash people, including myself on unceded Chumash land. Paving the way for a more united community. Thank you to those who stood behind the renamed change of Alotkoi Beach Park. I am truly grateful and find it challenging to articulate how much this in all future collaboration with us Chumash people means. As we strive for a brighter future together, Oxnard has great people with various backgrounds and paths whose stories are worth sharing, stories of beautiful lessons worthy of being heard. I look forward to collaborating with the new Oxnard Council. Please remember, many Oxnard residents love Chumash culture and highly respect a local Chumash elder, Julie Tuamite Stensley. I also want to say congratulations to Gabriela Rodriguez. I am incredibly grateful to have met you, and I know at this very moment, our dear friend and mentor, Carmen Ramirez, is here and is so incredibly proud of you. I can't wait to see the good work that you bring onto this council, and I do believe the new council altogether will be making radical, much needed changes within our city. I just want to thank everybody who has taken the time to serve our city. I wish you guys the very best, and I welcome those who come on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Irma Lopez, followed by Al Velasquez. Irma Lopez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council.
Good afternoon.
And also, I'm here to congratulate you and thank you all for the work you've done, and some of you will continue. But to our new people that are being sworn in today, I know it's a very exciting time with you. My daughters and I lived here for 40-some years while my husband, was also, elected to these different positions. And I know how important it is to all your families because they're so proud of you. Your neighbors are proud of you. We're proud of you. And what I like about Oxnard is people take the time to listen, to know, and they know what you're doing right and they know what you're not doing so right. And the thing about it is if you have a member of Congress or the Senate or whatever, they live far away. They live mostly in Washington, D.C. or in Sacramento. But you run into all of us at the markets. And I'm sure you've been stopped to discuss many things. We used to my husband and I would go to the market and we go in together. I wouldn't go pick him up till after people were talking to him so we could go home because he could never be there with me. But it's a wonderful experience for your children, your spouses, like I said. And again, thank you all for everything that you've done. So, I've been up here for many, many years, and this is exciting for all of you and your families. Okay, have a nice night.
Thank you. El Velasquez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Al Velasquez. For those who don't know, I ran for mayor of this election. I wasn't fortunate enough to win, but I can live with that. I didn't come here to speak tonight. I didn't come prepared to say anything, but I just have to respond to some of the remarks that was made by Mr. Herrera at Mr. Starr. I took that as an attack. That was totally uncalled for. But first, other than that, I think Rose Chaparro deserves a big hand for the great job that she did. So, first of all, I just want to point out very simply, these 4 new council members and the 3 council members and the new mayor, they were elected because one simple reason. People did not believe in you anymore. They're disgusted with you. They're frustrated with you, disappointed in you. See, people voted you out. Nothing personal against any of you because you're unlikable. But the job you did was not fulfilling. The public was not happy with you. That's why all 4 of you were removed. You were voted out. And nothing personal, they didn't like the way the city was headed. So now we have new blood. Mr. Aaron Starr, contrary to what Mr. Herrera stated, is a very intelligent man, very well-versed in finances, just like Mr. Molino. You saw what he went through, but he went to court, he won. So Mr. Molina is very well-versed and well-educated in finances, and that's what's lacking here. What's lacking here was common sense, poor leadership. The people demonstrated that. So instead of I got a minute and 20 seconds. Instead of criticizing Mr. Starr and possibly even Mr. Molina, I look for the future to get brighter because of new leadership. I don't know the other 2 candidates, but hopefully they'll work with Mr. Starr and Mr. Molina and the rest of the council members. Bert, I've known you for a lot of years. Okay, nothing bad to say about you. But again, in response to Mr. Herrera's remarks, it's uncalled for. It's uncalled for. So again, I wish all of you council members and the mayor and the rest of you sitting up there to turn the city around, the finances. I won't get into the finances, we know all about that. That we're in the black, no we're not. I can explain why we're not in the black. When you have a 0.5% Measure O, a 1.5% sales tax increase, that's a 2% increase to generate $60–70 million in extra revenue. 24 seconds. That's why you're in the black. You take away that tax money, extra tax money, you're in the red. Poor leadership. So I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think we have a bright future ahead, coming up ahead with a new leadership, and I foresee new changes coming again 2 years from now. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you, and also thank you to all the speakers. So, council members, any comments at this time? Okay, so we are looking for a motion.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can ask, after the publication of the agenda, I'm directing your attention to Item 3 under C1.
Okay.
Concerning the order of the oath. And
What's in the order? Okay.
The council member council members-elect and the other elected officials have expressed preferences for ceremonial swearing in.
Okay.
So the order part of this can be omitted from the motion.
Okay. So with that,
Mr. Mayor, I would move the recommended action as amended.
I'll second that.
got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Perrello. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua?
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello?
Yes.
Councilmember Turan?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald?
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, congratulations to all, So now we're gonna take a 10-minute break,
Correct.
and 10-minute break, and we'll be back right after that.
And if we could see the newly elected officials, we need to bring them into a space for the clerk to,
Right in front here?
no, not here. If they could come inside here, though.
Okay.
Mayor-elect and the other officials, Mr. Molina, Ms. Lopez,
You want them out here in the
Ms.
in
Perez.
the
If you can make-
conference?
If you can make your way up, then we can take a break.
Coming up, to all the newly elected officials, and so we go to the back room and 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back to order again. Take your seats. Take your seats, please. We're back in session again. And Judge Covarrubias, where are we? We're going to start off with Judge Covarrubias. He's going to give the oath of office to our new clerk, Luli Lopez. Here we go, Judge. Not yet, not yet.
Please raise your right hand. I
Lourdes Lopez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will
Support.
sorry,
That I will support and defend
that I will support and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
to
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Madam Clerk, congratulations.
Give to Luli. Luli. And now Luli is going to administer the oath of office, or is it going to be the D? Or Luli, go ahead.
You state your name.
Okay, sounds good.
I, please raise your right hand.
I, Luis MacArthur,
Do solemnly swear
that I will support
and
defend
the Constitution
of the United States
and the Constitution
of
the State of California
the State of California
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and
allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will
and faithfully
discharge
the duties
the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank
And now, Mayor, then now you give the oath to the rest of the folks.
Yes, sir.
So coming up,
Okay.
you want to bring them all together, or?
We're going to do one by one.
One by one?
Michaela, you want to come up first? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to raise your right hand, Michaela, please. I,
Michaela Perez,
do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith, allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose
without any mental reservation or purpose
of evasion,
of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully discharge
well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
All right.
And the next.
Yeah, my
Cabral.
pleasure to swear you in. Okay? Yeah. Gabriela, please raise your right hand. I
I, Gabriela Rodriguez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon I'm about to enter.
All right, here it is.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Councilwoman Gabriela Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Mr. Aaron Starr, come on up. Let me do this. Mr. Starr, please raise your right hand. I
Aaron Starr,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Mr. Starr. My pleasure. Thank you, Ms. Starr. Mr. Fio Molina, our treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you.
My honor. Mr. Fio Molina, please raise your right hand. I
Philip Molina,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge
discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Our treasurer, Mr. Phil Molina.
Mr. Mayor, I want to congratulate all the new elected officials, and I'd like to invite the officials and thank all my council members and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Madrigal and Arthur for the good work you've done for the community. And I just want to share something else, and I share it over and over again. I believe that I probably served with one of the best city councils I've ever worked with and one of the best administrations. Congratulations to all, and I'd like to call the mayor to come up now at this time. And all the, so we're going to, and all the council members too. We're gone. Thank you. Where's the mic? Where's the mic? My mic. Where's the mic?
It's
Me.
the mic.
One.
Where am I?
Okay. And I'm gonna leave the agenda here.
Okay.
So you can follow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's really my honor at this time to present the gavel of the City Council to our new mayor, Mr. MacArthur. Congratulations to all three. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you so much. So it's your agenda. Keep us safe. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can follow my agenda here. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And
Thank you.
to all.
Don't let him forget, now's your time to do all your comments. You might go straight to the script.
This is very symbolic. I'm going to bring the meeting back to order. Right, but right, nice and loud. We're going to start with council members to provide some remarks, and I'm going to start to my right with Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to say congratulations to all of our incoming electeds. I look forward to working together to continue the progression in a positive direction for the city of Oxnard. I truly feel that anybody who puts their name out there to serve their community deserves recognition and deserves thanks for doing that regardless of the number of votes that come in. And so just want to thank all of you and congratulate all of you and thank all of the candidates who ran this year, not just for the city of Oxnard, for the elected offices, but for United Water, for county supervisor, for all of the offices that were open for this year for our city, for our county, for our region. It really is just great to see our democracy at work. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Turan. Councilmember Starr.
I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so very, very much. And I am so blessed and honored to be here to represent you. I want to take this moment to especially thank my wife, Alicia. I've got other people that have helped dramatically during the campaign. I'd like to thank Doug Portello, if he's still in the room, Ray Botel, Sylvia Robles, Fernando Gutierrez. All of you have helped so much, and you allowed me to be able to go out there and meet people and find out what it was that was really important to them. And what struck me so much was just the level of optimism for the potential of this city. And I think that we can reach that potential. I think that our government here doesn't have to be a barrier to progress. It can be a bridge to our own maximum fulfillment as human beings. So I'm just very grateful. I won't talk forever because other people want to talk, and who wants to listen to a politician talk, right? but thank you again. I really appreciate it.
We'll move to Council Member Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go ahead and congratulate all my new colleagues. Welcome to the dais. It gets really cold up here. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of advice. You are more than welcome to bring a blanket and put it, on your feet. I don't know, our new mayor might be hot, so we're going to be kind of back and forth. I am the monitor in the back, so if you get cold, I can go back there. I always love to go back there. But all kidding aside, I really want to congratulate you, and I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you individually, together, collaboratively. I'm looking forward to making Oxnard better than what it is now. We have come a long ways from budget deficits to having a budget that is balanced. We have money in the bank, and we hope to continue that progress and to continue to bring programs to Oxnard that benefit our community. Because at the end of the day, we are all here, and we all have one thing in common, and that is that we all love Oxnard. So I am looking forward to collaborating with you, to your leadership, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member Basua. I'm going to move to my left and have Council Member Micaela make some remarks.
Thank you. And tonight I'm going to be spending a bit of time because there's so many people that are the reason why I'm here today. I first want to start off by thanking the voters of District 6 for your trust and support in this election. I bring with me all of the stories, the input that you provided throughout the campaign trail with me on this dais. I recognize that there's so much work to do, and I look forward to working with you to focus on solutions that center our community, safety, health, and well-being. I will be leaning on you to hear about your concerns and seek your input. I aim to be visible and responsive while navigating this new journey that I'm embarking on. The work shall continue. To every young person that's in this audience and that is watching at home today, I want you to know that I'll be here to support you and that you too can pursue your dreams. There will be challenging moments and times where you will face defeat, but know that you have a community here to support you and ensure that there are opportunities for you to thrive. It's true to say that it takes everyone to bring about positive change, and that none of this work could ever be done alone. I have spent my time listening and staying grounded in the history of where the city of Oxnard has started and understanding how important it is to make sure that I contribute to moving our city forward and that it works for everyone. I am reminded how important it is to always center the people, to build trust, and to work collaboratively to do meaningful work for our community. On a personal level, I'm proud of where I come from. I reflect on my childhood memories here in Oxnard and recognize that the many incredible people and elders that have come before me and have paved the way for me to be here today. I am grateful for my family, for always encouraging me to strive to be the best human that I can be. I wouldn't be here without the support of my family who is here in the audience tonight. And I am grateful for you being my support system and teaching me the value of community and treating others with respect and dignity. I am grateful for my mother, who embodies going after your dreams in the face of obstacles, who taught me the importance of pursuing a higher education and reminding me to work hard and to give it my all in everything that I do. Thank you to my dad and my stepmom for your ongoing support throughout this campaign trail and the love that you've provided me. My sister Melissa, thank you for being my role model and for your unconditional love. My nephews Nehemiah, Kingston, and Isael, who are in the audience, for reminding me why it's important to center the voices of young people and ensure that there is a place for you and other young people in our community to tap into your talents and ensure that there are pathways. My sister Carla and brother Carlos, for your love and support in everything that I do. My grandmother Alicia Perez, who was a farm worker in this community, who taught me what sacrifice means and instilling in me to always lead with love, to always do what's right, and to always center the community. My grandfather, who was one of my role models, who showed me how to lead with compassion, humility, and commitment. And I also want to take some time to thank all of the people who paved the way for me to be here and supported my campaign trail. My campaign manager, Libby Higgins, who is amazing and put in so much time and energy into this campaign. Angel Garcia, who knocked on so many doors and was a huge pillar of this campaign. Thank you for your commitment. Nathan Castillo, who led all of our voter outreach efforts. I'd also like to highlight so many important members of our community who supported me along the way, including Barbara Macri-Ortiz, Maria Ramirez, Robert O'Reilly, Brenda Heredia, Dr. Martita Martinez Bravo, Janice Zaragoza, Ashley Orozco, Teresa Salazar, Elvira, Marianne Ramos, Dr. Miguel Lopez, Valerie Salazar, Joseph Summers, Rick Sanchez, Julie Henze, Michael McKeon, Stephen Outclair, Jess Wyhe, Natalie Chereau, Doug McDowell, Sharon Terrace, Eileen Reimers, Laura Hernandez, and Supervisor Vianney Lopez, and many organizations and elected officials who supported my campaign on the ground with voter outreach and financial support. I know I'm taking so much time to share this, but I think it's important to give you a picture that there's a whole group of people and individuals in this community that have believed in me and supported me along this campaign trail, and it would be a disservice to not recognize that hard work came from them. I'm truly grateful to every single person who knocked on doors, who wrote postcards, phone banked, text banked, held events, coordinated events, contributed financially, and those who gave their all to this campaign. To my fellow colleagues, I look forward to working together to ensure the prosperity, well-being, and quality of life for all residents here in the city of Oxnard. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Michaela. Thank you. We're going to move to Councilmember Burparello.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Number one, I would like to thank the people that are leaving. Rose, Arthur, Oscar, John, and Brian. It's been tremendous working with them. They've been through the thick and the thin, Oscar and Brian specifically. Oscar and Brian were here when things were really bad. All of these people, combined with others previous to them, have put Oxnard in the position that we are in good financial health. They've been tremendously working in things that the public oftentimes is unaware of or doesn't want to believe. I also want to welcome the people that have been elected, Luli, Phil, Mikala, Aaron, Lewis, and Gabriella, along to serve with the current members, Gabby and Gabe. I'm proud of the work that the past council has done, and I look forward to working with the upcoming council, the incoming tonight council, beg your pardon, the one sworn in this evening, taking the seats tonight. All candidates, winners or losers who have offered themselves up to the public to serve potentially in a position like this, my hat's off to you. It is an opportunity to find out about yourself and to find out about the community. It is a tremendous learning experience. And again, I'm looking forward to working with the candidates that are here, with the, beg your pardon, their electeds, with the electeds that are here for the betterment of the city of Oxnard, all segments of the city of Oxnard, to continue on the tremendous progress that this council is going to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Perillo. Just checking on that young person, making sure that they're okay. Yeah? Okay. Got the thumbs up. Yeah, okay. Good, good. It sounds like it's a piece of gum. Right? Yeah? We're going to move to Councilmember Gabriela Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the audience, and my fellow council members. I'd like to address my family in Spanish, and there's no interpretation headsets in the chambers right now, so I will speak Spanish, but I will share as much as I can in English as well. Muy buenas noches a todos. Es un placer estar aquí representando no solamente a mi familia, mi comunidad y a todo Oxnard. Es un placer estar con ustedes. Mi meta es ser una líder que pueda trabajar con empatía, dignidad y respeto, no solamente para los compañeros que tenemos aquí para crear cambios lógicos y sostenibles para Oxnard, pero también para crear un mejor futuro para nuestras futuras generaciones. Es un placer, les doy gracias a mis padres, a mis hermanos y a toda la comunidad que siempre ha creído en mí. Llevamos 19 años dando servicio a esta comunidad, ya sea en las organizaciones sin fin de lucro o en educación, y estamos aquí para adelante. Así es de que muchísimas gracias. Voy a hablar un poquito más en inglés, así es de que les pido permiso, y sé que se está grabando, así es de que después podemos platicar también. No me voy llegando. Thank you. I was just sharing that it is my absolute privilege to be sitting here in front of everybody, not only representing my family, my parents and their sacrifice, my colleagues, my coworkers, my community, and Oxnard as a whole. It is absolutely my pleasure to be here. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody who has given their time, talent, and money to ensure that we could share the vision for Oxnard and to know that this is a team sport and we will be working, yes, Brian McDonald, I learned that from him. 3,445 people have given me their vote to say, yes, Gabriela, adelante, let's move forward. I hope to be a leader who will lead with empathy, dignity, and respect. I always strive to be a constructive leader, not destructive, and I really am very excited of this opportunity to share a little bit more of who I am and what I'm about. I'd like to thank the city staff for all their hard work behind the scenes, everything we see and everything we don't see. It takes a lot to run a city, and as I get briefings, I'm learning more and more. So as you can probably understand, there's a lot. I'd also like to thank the local nonprofit community organizations, labor unions, and so many other people behind the scenes that have worked really hard to shine light on the different issues that are important to us. All of that does not go unnoticed. I would also like to thank my family, my godchildren, my niece and nephews, because they give me hope for a better future. And I hope that we could plan not just for the now or for the next 4 years, but I hope we can plan for the next few generations of Oxnard folks. Thank you to the council who has served before us. We know you all had to make very difficult choices. Even when they were not popular, you had to tighten our belt, and there was a difference between a need and a want, and that does not go unnoticed. So thank you all so much for your service, and we just hope to build upon that. During my campaign, I talked a lot about housing, access to green space, small businesses, keeping Oxnard jobs in Oxnard. And I'm committed to moving forward in a lot of those conversations as I walk the streets, talk to neighbors, and work to become educated on a lot of different issues. So as we pull back the veil and we learn more, the more we learn, the better we should do. Last but not least, I want to thank my brothers for helping me grow a tough skin and a strong backbone. I'm the only sister, and I have 3 brothers. And I appreciate each and every single person who has worked to put me in the seat, and your trust in me does not go unnoticed. I specifically want to thank my campaign manager, James Scholke, and my treasurer, Salvador Leaños, because you all kept us focused and straight, so thank you very much. And there's a lot of folks in the nonprofit sector, volunteers, my own colleagues who truly believed in me, labor unions, and beyond who demonstrated their support. So whether somebody gave $5 or the max $564, every single thing counts, and I just want to make sure that you know that I don't take that lightly. Last but not least, I want to thank my Oxnard College family for really coming through. Young people coming to me and saying, hey, Gabby, how do we help? I said, I'm working right now, so a separation of job and political life. But education is really what has transformed my life and has given my siblings and I access to going from farm working parents who didn't have access to education and were pulled from 3rd grade to having all of their children, all 4 of us, have at least a bachelor's degree. So thank you so much for that opportunity. Last but not least, Mr. Mayor, I know we're moving. I think it's imperative that as a city, we are prepared for natural disasters. On my own street, just 5 doors down, 2 homes burned down yesterday. And you probably read about it, really close to Driftwell. And I just want to shine some light because there needs to be education, there needs to be preparedness, and we need to be culturally inclusive as well of all aspects of the community. So my district is very diverse, and late evening last night, I spoke to the families, and they received some resources, but sometimes we don't know how to access those resources. So beyond a list of food pantry and beyond a list of hotels, I mean, everybody has done a great job, and I'm sure they're getting support, but I really thank those folks who are stepping up and trying to see what else we can do. So I just wanted to highlight because nobody was home. This is in the middle of the day, and our life can change, whether you live in Spanish Hills or you live in a different area of our community here in Oxnard. So we should be prepared, we should be educated, and always striving for the next step. So let's work together, and thank you all so much for indulging. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Boy, thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. It's kind of hard to follow the great remarks that have been made by everyone up here. One of the things that is common here with the remarks that were made is I want to extend a really heartfelt thank you to everyone who aligned with me in the vision for this city. Some of you may know my story. I grew up in this city. I attended our local schools down in the South End, Fred Williams, Blackstock, graduated from Channel Islands High School, and grew up playing basketball, what was formerly known as Alaric, now is Cuesta del Mar, down in the south end of Oxnard. I know how it looks now and what it used to look like then. But I look at my own upbringing, the strong values that my parents instilled in me, and a community that raised me personally, from the teachers that were key to get me to work in the police station to a city that opened up its doors to provide me an opportunity to do just that, working through the Boys and Girls Club to get into the police station, a place that I've grown up in. I started there when I was 15 years old, and 35 years later, I'm here. I know what it's like for my own parents that didn't have the protection of a union, for example. I didn't know what a union was until I got in the police department and enjoyed the benefits of that. I enjoyed the opportunity that was given to me by a city to work in our police station. And then the natural leaders that I had there, from Scott, who's here, to Don Mulville, to Ron Whitney, to Randy Cole, and many others who are true leaders that really guided my career. A lot of what I have today, I owe to the city for giving me that opportunity to serve. And I want to keep serving. I look across the room and I know we have a great city, a city that has a lot of potential. I, for one, want to make this city a cultural destination. We are so diverse. We just look around here. I see out there Fernando, our local business owner, our attorney Vanessa, and many others that are here, too many to count, and many who help me and have sincerely the right intentions to make our city better. I'm going to be focused. I'm truly working with our city leadership to define to our city leadership that road that we want to go on collectively as a council and provide our city staff the direction and the vision and wanting from them to get us there and to highlight the variables that may present themselves that can be obstacles. But nonetheless, to stay on that road to get us to what we want to achieve. And that is achieving a city that works for everyone, providing young people opportunities for a great education, good jobs that are here, but preparing our students for those good jobs, working with our local colleges, our regional partners, so that kids that go away to college come back and have a place to come back to. Be strong partners with, I know Selena's here, to be good partners with our port that's here, and the many businesses that are here, providing them an opportunity for growth, providing families and young people an opportunity to be able to buy a home here in this city and have good paying jobs in this city and be here and partake in what it is that we have to offer. I want to bring this city, make it just alive, bring a lot of vibrant atmosphere to the city. Come back, work hard to bring festivals here to our city, to our downtown, grow our downtown, elevate and give an impulse to our arts and our music that we so much need here in this city. And I promise all of you who put your faith in me, I will work extremely hard for you. I will make informed decisions. I will go to those key holders in our city. I will select advisors that I know have the best interest in our city in mind, to work with them, to be well-informed, and when I make a decision, to circle back and let them know if a decision that I made did not reflect as to what they stood for, but let them know why I did that. But nonetheless, is doing it with sincerity, with authenticity, working for everybody. And I'm a person that can transcend cultural and language barriers to be able to create a city that really benefits everybody so that we all have a strong quality of life. I reflect back on my police career, and that's what we all strive to do as police officers, is create a place where we all have a quality of life. And I think as you get older, you realize that that's what we all want. We all want to enjoy a good place to live and enjoy, raise our families, and just create a good community, a good familial atmosphere. But we have to help each other in order to do that. And so I promise you that I'm going to be a good jurisdictional partner with everyone and really work hard for everybody and create a culture where we provide great service. My door at the mayor's office is open. I'm accessible, very personable, beyond good looking, right? But you with the smoker there. Yeah, don't let the good looks fool you. I'm very, just kidding. I'm an avid reader, pay attention, and I promise to work hard and represent all of you with the best intention, with a lot of authenticity, and with a lot of sincerity. So thank you, everyone who worked in my campaign, those that believed in me and got behind me. I promise to work very hard and not let you down. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that there's cake and refreshments out there, and I would love to have people have an opportunity to mingle with us. Would it be in order this time to have a recess, and how long would you suggest it be for?
That's okay, City Attorney? Yeah, okay, this is a great time to have a recess, and we can engage out there and have some refreshments. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, a group picture. Are you okay with a group picture?
Yeah, absolutely. Is this yours, Gabriela? We're gonna bring the meeting back to order, and I'm gonna allow our new city clerk, Luli, as well as our treasurer to make their remarks. Luli, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Mayor MacArthur. I want to thank my husband and my family members for their support and encouragement. I also want to thank those organizations and individuals that supported my candidacy. I am committed to serving all of the Oxnard residents equally and supporting opportunities for civic engagement. I plan to have an open door policy and encourage anyone with any issue that pertains to the city clerk's office to contact me at 385-7805. Once again, that number is 385-7805. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Luli. Also, our treasurer, Mr. Phil Molina, is he here? MIA, okay, thank you. So we'll be proceeding to the next item. It's on the agenda. It's item C2 on your packets. The subject is the selection of Mayor Pro Tem. The recommendation that City Council, pursuant to Government Code Sections 34905 and 36801, select one of two common methods to select a Mayor Pro Tem, and two, select a Mayor Pro Tem to serve in the event of the mayor's absence. Can the city attorney please summarize the process?
Thank you, Mayor. So as the recommendation states, the state government code requires that the city council choose a mayor pro tem, and the mayor pro tem acts in the absence of the mayor. So what the state law doesn't provide is a selection process. So we have suggested a couple of the processes that have been used in the past at the city of Oxnard, and those include opening the floor to nominations, and we've also used in the past choosing by order of seniority. So the council may choose a different process, and so the first action is to discuss amongst yourselves what selection method you want to choose, and then utilize that selection process.
I have a request for information. Is there a term of office that's specified here, or is that something that we also decide this time?
So there is no term specified in the statute. The statute just states that the mayor pro tem serves at the pleasure of the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Before I ask for a motion on the selection process, we will receive public comment. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Mayor, we have a total of 7 speakers, starting with Dan Pinedo.
Mr. Dan Pinedo? And he'll be followed by Ronnie Miranda.
Mayor Luis MacArthur, congratulations again.
Thank you, Mr. Pinedo.
Mayor, council members, I urge you to consider selecting the longest-serving council member, Bert Perello, to the position of Mayor Pro Tem. In his many years of service as a council member, Mr. Perello has been a champion for not just the residents of his district, but for all Oxnard residents.
Mr. Perello has served as chairman of several city council committees. Through that service, Mr. Perello has gained great institutional knowledge, and I think that he will be the one that would deliver the best service at this point in time as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Piñero. Ronnie Miranda, and she's going to be followed by Ronald Arnejo.
Good evening and congratulations to all. I'm so excited to see this council up here. It is so exciting to see so many fresh faces that are going to bring in fresh new ideas. I want to speak to this item because there are a couple of points that I would like to consider. I'll cut to my purpose first. I think that Gabe Turan would be our best selection for Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. And I'll tell you why. When we had Sanctuary City proclamations come across the council for women's health, we did not get the votes from the members of the council that we wanted, the ones that are still here. Ms. Besua and Mr. Perello. Ms. Besua is out of town. We also had a proclamation about Sanctuary City when immigration was at the forefront, and Mr. Perello voted against it. I would like to see a Mayor Pro Tem that will be able to step up and take bold and progressive action to protect our citizens, every citizen in this community, especially considering the incoming administration on a federal level. There have been horrible things indicated that are coming down the way, and we need to have someone in that seat that will face those and take the proper action to protect everyone in the community and make a point of being there. Gabe always shows up. I see him at every city event that you can imagine. There he is. I think that would be the best choice, and that's all I want to say to y'all. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Ronnie, very much. Thank you. Ronald, and Ronald's going to be followed by Maria Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I would like to provide my 2 cents as to who would be best situated to be selected by this body and serve the city as Mayor Pro Tem. When I, and probably many others, think of someone to vote in general for, we want someone who is able to build relationships with each other, the community, and the staff, not just currently, but with a record before their time on the council. A team player that is able to advocate for one's position while remaining curious and open-minded about the position of others by debating and voting as individuals, but then respecting and supporting the decision of the majority of the common good. Someone who is approachable in listening carefully to others with a desire to understand concerns, ideas, and perspectives, and accessible not just through in-person events, but also through social media and electronic communication. And someone who's prepared to do the work, not just in meetings that are being recorded, but behind the scenes in doing their research by participating in a wide variety of groups. I can think of no one better for that position than Councilman Gabe Turan. He reactivated and served as the chair of his neighborhood council and advocated on their behalf by building relationships within the neighborhood and with other neighborhoods in the INCO. On the dais as an INCO vice chair, a Parks and Recreation commissioner, Finance and Governance City Council Committee, and as part of the City Council, it is apparent that he has been able to bring forth his well thought out positions, critically question without being a critic, and champion not just his own thinking, but that of the entire organization that he was or is sitting on. His communication skills are legendary, being so accessible on where most people are now getting their news from social media that many come to expect that he will answer their questions or comments when they are not able to get or find an answer from anywhere else. All of this requires such a preparation that I cannot fathom, and being all in the public eye to boot. He has conducted himself in a way with both fortitude and grace that portrays both confidence and understanding, qualities ideal of a mayor pro tem. I greatly recommend and encourage you all to vote for Gabe Tran as Oxnard's mayor pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ron, very much. Maria, thank you. And then she's going to be followed by Manuel Herrera. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, City Council members. It is good to see new faces here, and I just wanted to take a moment to also thank the previous council members who have served the council until today. All of them have made such an impact and have moved the city forward from responding to COVID and the pandemic to getting and overseeing the city now with a $35 million surplus. I think that's understated, and I wanted to also thank Rose for all of receiving everything that I asked for with a smile and kindness, for Brian, for, disagreeing with me in the kindest way, for Oscar, for being a steadfast supporter of renters in our city, especially when rent stabilization was being brought up. For Arthur, for not being afraid to bring controversial issues forward, like the ceasefire in Gaza. And finally, thank you for Mayor Zaragoza for his years of service. But now with the new council, I do want to say I'm really excited for the opportunities moving forward. And as you have said in your introductory statements, Oxnard is built off the backs of strong, hardworking families. And it's your duty now to protect these families. And I know that you'll see me here often as I come in with my different roles and holding you guys accountable. So I hope that we have a good working relationship as well. With that, I would like to ask for the council support in electing Gabe Tran as the mayor pro tem. Gabe has been a steadfast supporter of the working families of Oxnard. He embodies the principles of a public servant. He's honest, transparent, and hardworking. He thinks logically and is responsibly and easily accessible, and those are the qualities that I look for whenever I'm trying to work or communicate with people. When there's a tenant who needs help, I know that I could go to Gabe, I could go to Gabby as well, to really just make sure that and understand that this tenant is being treated well, or when there is a different issue in the city. So thank you, Gabe, for all your work, and I, again, encourage you all to support him. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, very much. Thanks, Manuel.
Mayor MacArthur, members of the City Council. Yes, traditionally, the position of Mayor Pro Tem goes to the senior council member, which in this case would be Bert Perello. In the event that he were to decline it, then Gabby would be technically next in line, followed by Gabe Tran. Now, either one of them, I think, would be a great choice. They all deserve the position. They've all put in their time. So hopefully it will be one of them. As you can see, Gabe Tran has a lot of support here. I too think he would be an outstanding candidate. But like I said, this is a very important position. We also need someone that's very, very knowledgeable in Robert's rules, and someone who is very well respected in the community, which again, I think these three would qualify. The others only because, well, they're new. So we want somebody who we feel has earned this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. We also have an email correspondence that came in from Debbie Mitchell. She indicates, hello all. Considering the turnover in City Council, I sincerely hope that Councilman Perello will be selected for Mayor Pro Tem. I believe Mr. Perello's historical knowledge of so many areas of Oxnard will be invaluable in the coming months to welcome the new members to the council. I sincerely thank you all for your service, past, present, and future. Thank you for your dedication to Oxnard. Wishing you all very happy and healthy holidays. Debbie Mitchell. Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers? Okay, the next speaker is Lucy Cartagena, then she'll be followed by Maria Elena Saldaña. Hi, Lucy, thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, Mayor,
Hi, Lucy.
Mr. Starr, Mr. Turan, Gabby, Bert, and Micaela. Exciting, really excited. I know I gotta say something, but I'm super excited, you guys. Like, you could feel the energy. What a present for Oxnard.
Thank you.
I just want to speak on the Mayor Pro Tem. I know it should be like seniority, like they say, but I'm gonna ask the city to really consider to support Gabe Turan because of his hard work behind the scenes of what he does with the city, the way he teaches the everyday person how to navigate a city agenda. It is very hard. You do not know how hard sitting out there to get an agenda and try to navigate it, but Gabe will break it down and he will always take the time to be non-biased. It is very hard to have a council member that is a hothead because we're already passionate. We come up here with our issues and we expect you to fix them for us because we feel we elected you to do that. But when you attack a citizen for coming with an issue, it does not make you a good qualified mayor pro tem because that means you're just going to get more power to break the Roberts rules, to attack the community. And I could tell you personally, I have been attacked by Mr. Perello on the dais when I go and sit down and I can't come back and say anything. So it's very hard as a community leader and an advocate to come and speak for our community and our, especially the youth, the homeless, everything to come out here. It takes a lot to come up here and talk. It's not easy. You don't get off the street and say, oh, I'm gonna go to city council member and then start talking about what my issue is in my neighborhood. It doesn't work that way. It takes a lot for someone to come off the streets and come and talk about their issues. To be attacked from the dais is an insult to our community. So I do not want the city to make such a choice that is going to affect the community because it will affect the community. And that's not fair. It's not fair for us to come back and say, you can't do that, or to stay in the city. We've had enough already. It's time for change, and I totally support Gabe Turan. I'm a hothead. He knows I'm a hot mess, but he's always calm. That's very hard, to be calm and to zone a person down when they are very passionate about something going on in their neighborhood or in their community. So I thank you guys. I look forward. I really hope I can see our Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Turan, out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Thank you. Maria Elena Saldaña. Ms. Saldaña, thank you. And then she's going to be followed by Stephen O'Clair.
Good evening, respective council members. And as I shared earlier before the swearing in, how fortunate the city of Oxnard is now at this time. And I had stated before, I've been a resident of this community for 76 years. Was educated in our local schools, public and private, attended local community college, went to school at Northridge and went to out of state for grad school, but came back to Oxnard, where I was very fortunate to meet a person that we all know, Dr. Joe Mendoza, who I have a lot to thank for my educational career. But now I'm here to address the selection of the Mayor Pro Tem. And I do believe in transparency. I believe that anyone in a position that each of you now hold need to be individuals. And for those that I supported, I saw that during the campaign process, that you are approachable, you listen, you looked at me in the eye, you did not look away, and I'm a person that studies a lot of body language and gestures. But I also respect people that even if they do not hold and agree with my opinion, I respect theirs. And I expect the same from everyone else, especially in the positions that each of you are now holding. Mr. Teran, I do not know you personally, but I have seen you in many places. I'm a person that gets out into the community at many events. I'm a retired educator for the Oxnard Union High School District. And as a counselor, after retirement, I continue to be involved in the educational system as a volunteer. So whenever there's been any events regarding back to school nights, the opening of our student wellness centers at the respective high schools and at other nonprofit organizations, I've seen you at those events. And I know that with our new elected council members, I will see the same, that you will be all present. For this reason, I would like to strongly suggest that the respective council members select Mr. Gabe Teran as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldaño, very much. Stephen? And Stephen's going to be followed by Isaac Michael Morales. Thanks, Stephen.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, I just want to begin by acknowledging what Mayor Pro Tem means, not in generally, but specifically in the city of Oxnard. In the last 10 years, we've had a Mayor Pro Tem serve on the case for 8 years. And that wasn't just an honorary title. She took it seriously. She showed up with the force of the city of Oxnard when she showed up in the rooms and said, the city of Oxnard is here to play, and we will be respected, and we will be a valued player in these spaces. When she went to Los Angeles and to other areas of the county, they knew that being Mayor Pro Tem in Oxnard meant something. It didn't just mean chairing a meeting when the mayor is out of town. It meant that you saw a bright future for this city, that you were able to speak with clarity and trust. So much of what that council member was able to achieve, yes, was because of her 40-year career in Oxnard, but also because the way they effectively used Mayor Pro Tem to serve this city. Now look forward to the next 4 years and the challenges that our community will face and those in our communities will face. They will be looking towards you all and your leadership to be the bold leaders. Other councils in this county that feel like they couldn't be as brave as this council can and should be will look towards your leaders. Mayor Pro Tems or vice chairs in some organizations are also important, and let me tell you personally, I've learned of their great importance. When there's a fire and the mayor or the chair cannot be reached, you need somebody to show up that can say, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Who will take to Facebook Live and Instagram Live and talk to the community. In my neighborhood earlier this year where we had that flooding event, there was only one person I thought of that would have done that. And I wish she was alive to do it. I hope you all will step into that place. You all can. When somebody needs a dumpster because their building got flooded, take care of business. Don't stop until they get a dumpster. I also learned through that same individual, with her untimely passing, suddenly in the parking lot of a hospital, the vice chair had to step into leadership. It wasn't an honorary title. Turns out that person probably wanted to be anything but vice chair at that moment. So I just want to emphasize again that Mayor Pro Tem, vice chairs are not just honorary things. They're also not just things to be given away freely to those that are the most senior. Make your case. If there's something that we should take away from this election, the voters of Oxnard did not feel that anyone's entitled to anything. You all worked your asses off to get here. So I just hope that you all take into consideration those things and remember, it's not foreordained that just because you're here longer, that should be the standard. Carmen was on council 2 years when she was made Mayor Pro Tem, and she's the best one the city's ever had. Thank you.
Stephen, Isaac. Then Isaac is going to be followed by Juan Ruiz.
Good evening, council, audience, and mayor.
Good evening.
I know every time I get up here, I mention these couple of things about how I'm a proud father, I'm a student, I'm a local activist. But I mention those things because it opens your eyes up to people, and it opens your eyes to see people for their true characteristics. And the person I would like to select or be selected as who I see to be the best fit is somebody who exemplifies not only an amazing, strong woman, but an amazing, strong person, and who service to this community began years before this election cycle, years before any of these campaigns, who I have seen consistently have her boots on the ground, going door to door, and has not only done everything in her power to help people in our community in their entirety, but go out of her way to instill service and helping hand out to people as individuals. And I truly believe that Miss Michelle Perez would, first of all, our community not only made an amazing decision to elect her, and which in this position as councilwoman, she's gonna do amazing things for this community. And I just truly feel that having her be the second in the command, the vice to Mr. MacArthur, former police commander, her service began years before this election cycle, and I have consistently seen her out there. And I truly feel that it's just who she is as a person. It had nothing to do with politics or running for office. Whether she got elected to this position or not, she has been serving this community for years. And for that reason, I truly believe that she would fulfill not only her role as councilwoman, but as mayor pro tem, I truly believe she would be the best to be selected for this position. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Isaac. Thank you for your time. Juan Ruiz.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, JR.
I want to apologize. I drove 4 days to come congratulate Mr. MacArthur. I
Thank you.
personally have known him since I used to be a big delivery guy back in the days, and I kind of worked alongside him out in the street, and I have a lot of respect for an officer like him, and I think he's a good example for the community to follow. Community service is something that's a blessing when you do it the right way. But I also want to congratulate all of you guys. But I also want to bring up the issue that, and I'm sorry if I'm a little bit out of line because I wasn't really here until yesterday, that we serve the community. And as a member that I lived in this community, I've been blessed. I feel that I succeeded at a very young age. I was able to get my golden parachute at 30. I worked corporate America. I ran one of the biggest corporations out of Forbes, probably the third after Coca-Cola. I bought my parents the biggest property in Oxnard. I helped the G family. I don't want to say their name.
Sure.
Because when I was a kid, I was taught that to serve, that God would bless you, and He has. And so I feel that very proud that they call me the teacher. They're a great teacher. And I also served Pastor Murcia when he put his radio station on, because I felt that the community would benefit from it, even though I had private businesses that I could tend to that were mine. But I felt that serving the community was a better time for my energy. And so I would recommend that maybe bring somebody from the outside, because what I remember from business school is in an organization, if you keep bringing in the same people, you become dormant, like the thinking never changes. So I would recommend somebody like me. I'd be more than happy to volunteer my salary. I would donate it to helping the homeless, the poor. You don't have to pay me. I got plenty of money. I just want to do it because I always dreamed that Oxnard could be a city like Santa Monica. I dreamed that I could be a world-class city. I've traveled through hundreds and maybe thousands of cities. I lost track with my prior job. And I always said, man, Oxnard is just like Santa Monica. It could have the same kind of extra income from the tourism. You know, unfortunately, the history of Oxnard has just kept the community go to work, go to Walmart, and go to church and shut up. And it's time to change. And I'm really happy to see new blood here. I have other people that I know from the history here. And I really want you guys to push to make this a world-class city, because I've traveled through the country, and the reputation goes all the way across country sometimes about stuff that happens here. And I think we need a rebranding and rename, and maybe like Malibu del Norte and a new plan. Everybody's property would shoot up twice as much, and everybody's making instant money. So with my experience, you know, we could bring in like the Indy 500, we can do the Tour de France, but consider me or somebody outside the door that doesn't want to do it for money and does it for service.
I appreciate it, Gerard. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your travels, 4 hours. Thank you.
My plane leaves early in the morning, so thank you very much. And it's an honor.
Thank you, Gerard. Thank you very much. And I think, Madam Clerk, I think he was the last one. Okay. If there are no additional speakers, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I just wanted to request some information.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, one, how long did you want the term of office for this person?
Thank you. Sure. I am proposing, before we look to entertain a motion to select a mayor pro tem, I'm looking to have that mayor pro tem serve for a one-year term, and then revisit a selection of another mayor pro tem.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Our ordinance, are we going to have to change that? Is that something that we can do as a council?
So the term of office is not addressed in the state statutes or in the rules of procedure that the council has adopted by resolution. So it wouldn't conflict to choose based on a term of service.
So would we have to bring a resolution back? No,
Yes,
we
you
just
could, that could be phrased in the motion to select somebody for select so-and-so for a one-year term.
Yes, Gabe.
Yes.
As a follow-up to that, Mayor, if we're looking at whoever makes the motion, if they include in that motion that the mayor pro tem serve a one-year term, can we get clarification on, would the expectation be after a year we would get a different mayor pro tem, or could the mayor pro tem be selected by the council to repeat that term if that were the recommendation at that time?
Sure, that could be certainly entertained as well, yeah.
Okay, so we're not committing ourselves to a new mayor pro tem in a year from now or every year after that. It can be whoever at that time the council feels is the right person for that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
So I will go ahead and make a motion that we, if that is the wish of the council, to do a one-year term, that we go ahead and appoint Mr. Tehran to mayor pro tem.
Point of information, I think we needed to select which of the two methods we're going to select, right? Is your motion at hand that we select a recommendation versus the longest standing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we could do either one. So my recommendation is to go ahead and appoint Mr. Tehran.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I have a request for information.
Sure.
This person's going to be representing not just the city, but you in your absence, and I'd like to know who would you want to put in as mayor pro tem? Because I would support that, whoever he or she is.
Well,
Call for the question.
That requires a 2/3 vote to call call the question.
Okay. Call
Do-
for the question.
I'll second the call for a question. Unless you wanted to respond, Mayor, my apologies on that.
Yeah, I'd like to respond, if it's possible. Just preparation for this meeting tonight, gave it a lot of thought as to who would best serve in the role of Mayor Pro Tem, and I certainly appreciate all the speakers that came out, many supporting Councilmember Turan and the work that he's done and has demonstrated here for our city. I think as Ms. Cartagena pointed out, there's a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of reason to be optimistic here with some of us that are here that are new, with a lot of energy and just a lot of will to do better here for this city. I proposed in my campaign that I will be an aggressive full-time mayor. And my expectation is that whoever is selected to be the mayor pro tem would be just like that, be aggressive and be someone who's attentive to the needs of people and listens and together builds consensus and collaborates well with others and come up with new and innovative ideas that are representative of people and what it is that they want. In doing that thought, my intent, and if I can make a motion myself, I would move to select Gabriela Rodriguez as the mayor pro tem myself.
So at this time, Mayor, I think you have a motion to on the previous question, to vote on this. So it requires a 2/3 vote. Let's dispense with that motion first, and then you can come in with your motion to amend.
Okay.
So I will be voting against calling the question.
Madam Clerk, can we have a vote?
And actually, you don't have to do that through, since this is not the final decision, this is more of a parliamentary thing, you don't have to have roll call votes. It's just the question of, do we have 2/3 that are willing to end debate and just go to a vote?
Sure.
Madam Clerk, can we repeat the motion that we're going to vote on so that everybody in the audience and on the council is aware exactly what we're voting on at this appropriate time?
The motion was made by Councilwoman Basua to nominating Gabe Turan as the mayor pro tem for a one-year term. And it was second by Councilmember Perallo.
So, Mayor MacArthur, I believe the Brown Act, which we have to operate under superseding the Roberts Rules of Order, does require roll call votes for any motion. Doesn't limit it to agenda items, but motions themselves.
Okay. Okay, can we do a roll call?
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
No.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilman Starr?
No.
Councilmember Teran?
Yes.
So this calls
So-
the question, so we still have to have the vote as to whether to seat Gabe Turan as the mayor pro tem.
City Attorney, can we get a clarification on that comment?
So that was a motion to call the question. So that has shut off debate, I believe, is the effect of that. So now the motion itself would be heard.
Okay.
So at this point, so if I understand correctly, we would vote either yes or no on this motion. If the motion fails, then we can go to the next motion to select somebody else if that motion fails.
Can we get clarification? The motion passed, so we would need a motion to undo our vote.
The motion that was just voted on was the call of the question.
Got it. Understood. Right. Understood.
So So what you could do, Mr. Mayor, is you could ask for the roll call vote at this point, and if you want a different person, you would vote no.
Excuse me, Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes, Mr.
Can
Rowe.
we get the city clerk to address what exactly we're voting so we don't vote blind? This, I'm speaking for myself, and so the people that have waited to stay here to see how you operate the meeting, they see what's going on. There's no question about transparency, and everybody understands exactly what we're voting on. There was a change in the city clerk, and I believe she is sharp enough to tell us exactly which one we're voting on versus having one council member tell us what we're voting on. I don't know if I'm wrong, and if I am, I hope the city attorney calls me on it.
Sure. Madam Clerk, can we do the roll call on the vote?
So there was a motion that was made by Councilwoman Basua. It was seconded by Councilmember Perallo to nominate Councilmember Teran for a one-year term. Roll call was taken, and the motion was 5-2 in support of Councilmember Teran as the mayor pro tem.
The vote that was taken was to call the question. So that was to move on to the motion that had been on the table.
My motion.
No, I think, well, no, we're gonna, so I guess what happened was we called the motion for questioning. That's what we were supposed to be voting on. I think we all, well, at least I misunderstood that. So now we've got to take the roll for Tehran. Yes. So there was a misunderstanding. So now we're going to take the roll. Now we're going to do it one more time.
So this is, since debate has ended on this question, we're just coming to a vote. So roll call, it would be appropriate to have a roll call vote at this point.
Just a roll call on the vote.
And if you want somebody
That is-
else, you'd vote no.
That is correct, Lily. So we will take the roll call again.
Mayor MacArthur?
Sorry, I have a question. We're voting on whether Gabe Tran should be mayor pro tem, correct?
At this point, yes.
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 Mayor MacArthur?
No.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Councilmember Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-2.
Mayor, I will at this time volunteer to move my seat to that end. No, I will move my seat to that corner. No, that is perfectly fine.
City, okay, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Are we getting more cake? Is that what we're doing? Thank you.
Just calling the meeting back to order. We're still on this subject. Before we proceed on, Councilmember Turan wanted to say a couple of remarks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Just wanted to really express my gratitude to members of the community who expressed their support, and I've seen the work that I've done on behalf of the community, even though I am elected by the residents of District 2. As Councilmember Perello regularly points out, we all serve the entire community of Oxnard, regardless of which district we are voted in from. And that's always been my motto. I've born and raised in Oxnard. My family has been here since the early 1900s. And I truly want to serve this community in a way that I would want to be served by a council member. And so I'm incredibly grateful and humbled by the support of the community and my colleagues up here. And Councilmember Starr mentioned during the break that, about the move here, the shift of the seats. And I will say that I told him I've been sitting in that seat since 2017 when I was on the Parks and Rec Commission. So my neurodivergence, it's going to take me some time to get used to sitting in a different seat. But I very much appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve our community and now at this level. And I look forward to serving alongside you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. At this time, we're talking about seating arrangements. And I'm just proposing we shift some seating arrangements further, if it's okay. Councilmember Turan, I'm going to ask if you could. Sure.
Just as a quick question, Mayor, before we move on, just to make sure we're good, this doesn't have to be an agendized item, does it, for seating arrangements? City Attorney?
Since you're all new to here, you don't have any assigned seats as far as I'm concerned. And I don't know that it's ever been done by a motion.
Just making sure we're good. Thank
Sure.
you. That was my question. Thank you.
And it's not going to be too much of a shuffle. I'm just, if all of you are in agreement, Councilmember Michaela there is fine. Councilmember Perello. Just ask if the new Mayor Pro Tem can sit on the left side of me, and asking if Mr. Starr can sit on the right side. Councilmember Gabby Rodriguez can sit where you're at now, Councilmember Starr. And then if you're okay there, Mrs. Basua, that is my suggestion.
I'd like to ask a question with respect to having Mr. Starr sit next to you. Is it because of his claimed involvement with Robert's Rules of Orders and he wants to help you out? Or, I mean, we just had a little taste of that in my mind. I hope you can answer that, Mayor.
Sure, I'll entertain that, Councilmember Perello.
You feel more comfortable next to Mr. Starr?
I feel more comfortable having having our Mayor Pro Tem next to me on the left side. I lean to the left, and so.
I didn't ask about Mayor Pro Tem,
Yeah.
I asked about Mr. Starr.
Yeah, this is just the preference I just prefer for the seating arrangements.
Okay, thank you for clarifying it.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's right, the main tax. All right. So the next on the agenda is item D1. The subject, begin the process to appoint council committee membership, including committee chairs. Recommendation that the city council discuss council committee membership, including committee chairs, and preparation for appointments to be made at the January 7th, 2025 city council meeting. City Manager, if you can give a report on the process, please.
Sure. So it's very, you just said it, it's straightforward. It's just to begin the discussion so that hopefully you are prepared to make the formal appointments at the first meeting in January. We have 3 standing committees: Finance and Governance, Community Services, Public Safety, Housing and Development, and Public Works and Transportation. So on page 2 of the staff report slide deck, or page 21 of the council agenda, you see the slide that shows those committees and who the standing members are and what the vacancies are. So just open up for discussion tonight. So there's no vote or action to be taken tonight, but just so that together you can have the conversation. We can answer any questions that you may have. And on January 7th, we can make the formal appointments so that we can begin conducting the city's business. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I could start the ball rolling if you like.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'd say that if we're going to have a committee system, I would say that the one that I'd be most interested in is finance and governance, given my background in finance. So that'd be my preference. But I would like something placed on the agenda immediately before that item, which is whether we should have council committees, city council committees at all. I would propose that we place on the agenda the elimination of Oxnard City Code Section 2-1.1, which is what establishes the council committees. And I realize I can't speak at length about it here because it needs to give notice, but normally this would go on to a committee for discussion. But I note that on page 11 of our policy manual, it says that if the mayor would like to see it just placed on the agenda directly at the next council meeting, that it can be done. So my request from you is, would you be okay with having this on the agenda at the same time as the selection of the council committees, in which case it would be placed on the agenda?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all.
Okay, you're in favor? Okay. All right, so I guess direction to staff is that we'll have the item of eliminating section 2-1.1 immediately prior to this proposed agenda item when we select committee members. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a comment?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the membership that's located on the second page of the staff agenda, the current makeup, as has been for the previous few years here, has been the mayor is a member of each of the committees, and then the three committees are made up of 2 council members in each committee, so a committee of 3. Looking at the new council members and the new mayor that we have, it looks like we would have the entire slate for the second committee, Community Services, Public Safety, Housing and Development, be vacant. And then the mayor's role and the Council District 6 role for Public Works and Transportation, where Finance and Governance is the only one that has just 1 vacant chair of the mayor. I personally believe that the mayor's role lends itself to being a member of each of the committees to be able to have that information and weigh in on it and be able to reference it, in meetings with the public or as time goes on, leading up to a council meeting, following a committee meeting. So, if we were to just have this discussion tonight, I personally believe that the mayor being a member of each of the committees makes logical sense and operational sense. I believe that Councilwoman Basua and I, being the legacy members of the Finance and Governance Committee, has worked well in that we have the historical and institutional knowledge of that committee, what's come to us, what the routines are. We have I had a request of agenda item coming to that committee in the near future. I would imagine, if we stick what I'm saying, the mayor would join that, and then that committee would remain. If we were to keep things the same, then we'd have essentially District 3, District 4, and the mayor for the second committee, and then District 1, Councilmember Perello as the chair for Public Works, and then Councilwoman Perez for District 6, and the mayor for the third committee, so the Public Works. If it were to stay as is, the only one that I think that, is essentially solid in the way it's set up now is the first committee, in that you still have Councilwoman Basua and I here, and then you would be joining us if we stick with the mayor in each committee. So, and the other two are kind of up for shifting around if that were a need. So those are my thoughts on that if we were to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So if I'm understanding correctly, you want to stay on you want to be part of the Finance and Governance Committee?
Yes.
Councilmember Basua, is it your wish to stay on the Finance and Governance Committee?
Yes.
Is there any further discussion by council members? Any preference as to what committee any one of you want to be part of? I know you expressed your thoughts, Mr. Starr.
No, I'm just ready to serve, so I will gladly take Community Services, Public Safety, Housing and Development, but flexible.
Mayor Pro Tem, are you okay taking on that role also with, because I see in here the Mayor Pro Tem district is vacant for Public Safety, Housing and Development?
I believe that Mayor Pro Tem was because it was Mayor Pro Tem McDonald who represented District 4, unless I'm incorrect. I see head nods yes from staff that that's simply an indication of who was in that seat, not necessarily that the Mayor Pro Tem is in that committee.
We're just entertaining Mr. Starr's, he's asserting his background and experience with finance and government. I would move to put him in that role in the Finance and Governance Committee. It would be my position to move Councilmember Basua, if you're willing to move to the Community Service and Public Safety, Housing and Development Committee, unless you're in opposition to that.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to agree with that move. I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm not allowed to be in the housing stuff. So that's going to be impossible for me to do, unless you totally don't want me in the committee.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Would the Public Works and Transportation Committee, would that be a doable option?
Again, I would like to stay in finance and governments. That is literally, where my passion is at. With my experience in local government, I bring a lot to the table when it comes to that committee. So I would prefer and I would appreciate to stay within that committee.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is it, Mayor Pro Tem Teran, are you open to the idea of moving from that committee to allow Councilmember Starr to be placed in that committee?
I appreciate council members' expertise and desire to join the committee. I also would like to stay on the committee, as Councilwoman Basua had mentioned. I feel that it's actually plays well to my strengths, and there are a number of agenda items that really land well with me in vetting those before they head to council. So I would prefer to stay on the committee as well.
Okay, well, it's my recommendation. I think that
We're just discussing right now. The actual decision won't take place till January 7th, right? Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment for this item?
We have one public comment. Wait, speaker.
I have a point of information really quick. So would that mean that Councilmember Perez would be recommended for the Public Works and Transportation? I know there was a recommendation from Mayor Pro Tem. Is that?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I know I raised my hand for one of them. I wasn't sure where Councilmember Perez would be. Do you have a preference, Councilmember Perez?
The Public Works and Transportation Committee is
Okay,
fine.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, just as a quick item, each of these committees do have if it helps Councilmember Starr, each of these committees does have a component, financial component to it, where there are, for example, the Middle Committee, a number of grants and assessments that come in that require looking at and reviewing contracts or grant applications or grant reports. And same with the Public Works and Transportation Committee. There are certainly finance components to all of them. Finance and Governance does have, we do receive the updates around the audit and the budget and a number of operational items when it comes to finance and the operations of the council. But I just wanted to point that out, that maybe the other committee members or Councilor Perello can point out if there's any additional clarification needed as far as the finance component to that, if it helps at all.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem for mentioning that. I do believe that everything does have a financial component when it comes to the city. So, but it would still be my belief that with my background, understanding of audits and budgets and that sort of thing, that finance and governance would be the better fit for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to our public speaker. We have one public speaker right now. It's Ronald. Thank you, Ronald. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and City Council members. My name is Ronald Orwejo. I am the chair of the Planning Commission, and in accordance with Rule 10 of the Rules and Procedures of the Planning Commission, I have the pleasure of speaking on behalf of the Planning Commission in my remarks to you today. We on the Planning Commission, consisting of myself, Vice Chair Dr. Vincent Stewart, and Commissioners Dr. Miguel Lopez, Catherine Connolly, Steve Nash, Anna Zielsdorf, and James Schulke, congratulate all of you newly elected and sworn into your positions who will be making decisions in the best interests of your constituents and the city as a whole. The Planning Commission's role is to make sound land use decisions supporting the mission statement of the Planning Division to create, preserve, and enhance the quality of the city's natural and built environments through the implementation of the general plan, zoning ordinance, adopted specific plans, local coastal plan, and the coastal zoning ordinance. For the past few years, we have been engaged in reading the voluminous materials, questioning the multitude of projects, and deliberating among ourselves as to whether a project should be approved, amended, or denied to ensure that we have taken into account not only the information presented before us by staff, but also from our own knowledge base and especially the input from the public. For myself as chair, I have been extremely pleased that we as a body have been able to delve deeply into nuanced issues, understanding that our arguments were for or against the idea and not the person proposing them. Because of who you all or your predecessors have selected and approved as a body, this Planning Commission spans multiple generations, occupational backgrounds, and life experiences, giving the Planning Commission a thorough cross-section of the city to better fully decide and recommend long-term decisions that will affect all of us, not just for the next 4 years of a term, but for the next 40 years. We are very grateful that you have given us all an opportunity to serve the city that we love. Specifically to Mayor MacArthur, Councilwoman Perez, Councilwoman Rodriguez, and Councilman Starr, the Planning Commission looks forward to who you will select or reselect to serve on the Planning Commission for the next 4 years that will not only ensure but also grow the productivity and vitality for those who live in the city that we all love. We hope that you will take the time to thoughtfully consider who will be best to serve not just on the Planning Commission, but all the other citizen advisory groups, boards, and your own city council committees. Again, on behalf of the Planning Commission, thank you very much for stepping up to serve on the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron, very much. Our next speaker is Manuel Herrera. Thank you, Manuel. He's going to be followed by Stephen Auclair.
Mr. Mayor, I know this is only your first meeting, but last time I checked, you were the one that was voted in as the mayor. It wasn't Aaron Starr. So please don't give the perception, because perception is everything. Please don't give the perception that Aaron Starr is the one running the show, because he's not. So please respect the rest of the council members. They've been here for a while. They know what they're doing. Show them some respect as well. Don't be bullied by this guy, because it's obvious. It's obvious what he's trying to do. Do not allow him to manipulate you. So please, we respect you. We honor you, but you also have to deserve that. Now, I'd like to know what else he has in mind with this committees, because what, you want to get rid of the committees, Aaron? Is that what you want to do? So give a reason why. And didn't all this start because of you? So, answer the questions of why, what are his intentions? What is it that he's trying to do? So this is not the way to start this, okay? I do believe we need change, absolutely. But we got to be fair to everybody, not just to this guy.
Thank you, Manuel, for your comment. Stephen, and then Stephen's going to be followed by Juan Ruiz.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. In 2017, one of the most impactful articles I read about government and the importance of good governance talked about guardrails and the vital importance that they play in the norms and the functioning of good government at local level and the federal level. Part of that is recognizing when guardrails are eroded, and it's going to be clear as anything we saw tonight that it's going to be on each of you to look at those guardrails. Anticipate, where is that erosion happening? The public did not vote to be liberated from good governance when they voted for a libertarian in the 3rd District. No, they want good governance, they want those guardrails in place, and one of that is a deliberative process and to include the public in those decision makings. It is not whispers in ears to begin what will be, I hope, a bright future for this city. So again, it's about guardrails, and what does that look like? That means injecting more community into decision making. That's why those committees and commissions were made. They are good governance. They are the guardrails. As we enter what will unfortunately another Trump era for this country, don't let those that want to further much of that same ideology erode the guardrails this city has built over the last 10 years. This city, from the time it was raided till now, has worked to dig itself out. It's worked to reinforce good things and guard against bad things happening to these people in this city. It worked to reinforce guardrails, to reinforce good governance. And I know I'm droning on and on, but I invite you to look at that. Because where we got nationally, where we are now, didn't just happen overnight. It was the erosion. And that's exactly what that article talked about. Pay attention to the little things not said. The parliamentary procedure used with a grin, knowing what's coming next, is not in the best interest of this community. Someone's had 30 years to develop those plans, and now they're being implemented. We saw 5 or 6, 7 of them in the last 2 minutes. That's what's happening. And I know you all know that, but I understand this. Those behind me realize it too, including those supporting those paths and those praying that the guardrails will hold just long enough that we'll have another good day for Oxnard. So please, council, be active. On those mics work, not just one council member's mic. If you hear whispering, whisper into the mic. Ask staff. You have qualified professionals here who dug this city out of the trench, defended it against horrible lawsuits, defended its people from those that seek fame instead of good governance, and they built guardrails to protect you. Please listen to them. They are on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. J.R. Ruiz, and then he's going to be followed by Mr. Porcello.
Thank you. Sorry, due to jet lag, I thought it was later than I thought it was. So I figured I'd stay here so that I could be a positive contribution to this. So I just want to say to everybody, I'm a tenacious political person that will push you and push you and push you to get things done so that it could be a better community for the citizens. And I don't want anybody to get offended, city councilman, anybody, because it's just against the councilman, the politician. I'm gonna tell you, but it's nothing personal. It's just that's my style. I come from a big city environment, and that's how the world works. And so I honestly think, Mayor, so I'm putting Mr. Aside, now you're the mayor, that if a decision is gonna be made, and just that everybody should vote. That's what kind of city council should do. It's my recommendation. I know you guys are on the learning curve. It's okay if Mr. Starr pressures you, because that's my style. The Bible says iron shining iron, so he'll make you to something better, you know, and the gentleman here is criticizing Mr. Starr, but unfortunately sometimes litigation has to be brought up so that things could happen, so we could have a better society. So it is a positive thing if you think about it. Also, the ladies, you guys are allowed to vote. You guys can put your word in it. Don't be kind of submissive. Get in there and, you know, throw your word. I recommend, because you guys didn't vote, so that it could be balanced. And sorry, I'm talking I'm just trying to make you guys the best you guys can be. It should be male, female, to present an equal balance. Because perceptionally, it seems like, whoa, these ladies are going to have to bust this pack up. So, I mean, I'm just seeing it how people will probably want to tell you that don't have the courage to tell you. And that's what my bad thing is, that I call it how I see it, and I push people, and because it should be done that way. Another thing that I want to recommend is no subliminal messages. That soda that says Kraylon might confuse the kids to say, hey, I'm going to go tag the city. You know, the rainbows, the woke stuff, that's not, we shouldn't subliminal messages, because the kids might misinterpret it. The rainbow outside, if you guys are going to have a rainbow to push an agenda, we should have some crosses there too, to make it fair to everybody. But the most important thing is I want you guys to do a good job. So I'm going to tell you how I see it. And a lot of people don't like that about me in Oxnard, but that's just the way it has to be so that we can become better. Iron shine iron, like the Bible says. So it's my recommendation to you guys. You guys are doing a great job. And those are what I kind of recommend. Sorry if I speak a little bit outside the agenda, but I have a lot of hope in you guys, and I'm going to push you and try to give you the information that you need, because I think you guys are a little dormant, because you need somebody from the outside to let you know what it looks like. And last time I was here, a lot of people in the community told me, hey, you told the city council what everybody wanted to tell them for years and never had the courage to do it.
Appreciate it, Juan.
So hopefully we can be a better city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Moving on to Mr. Portello. Yes.
Mayor, looking at the time at 9:55, we do have a standing item, or excuse me, a standing need to vote to go past 10 p.m. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to do so.
Second that.
Can we finish up the last speaker, just out of respect for him? He's been waiting. Also, we have somebody virtually.
It's real quick.
We must.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur, we have one speaker virtually, Daniel Chavez Jr.
So,
Mr. Chair, there's been a motion, it's been seconded, so I would suggest that either
Roll call.
we debate it or we vote.
Yeah.
You can say any objections to continue.
Is there any objections at all from council members to continue the meeting, to entertain this last speaker and the virtual speaker?
I'd recommend that we call the vote, just so we're on the record, so everything's according to Hoyle. Yeah.
Can we call the vote to continue the meeting past 10?
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilman Starr? Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Aye.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you both. Mr. Portello? Yeah, Mr. Portello, you're the next speaker. And followed by the virtual speaker.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, sir.
City Council, staff, and the public. I would just like to congratulate our new members of City Council. I think you come with a lot of energy, a lot of positive feelings, and I think Oxnard feels that. I know I do. I've been a resident here 38 years. I love Oxnard. You saw the turnout. We love Oxnard. It's a great place to live. And on this agenda item, I think what's most important is that we recognize that you all are on council. You're in your seats because the voters put you there. They believe in you and they want the best from you. And this is an organization. Much like a hospital is an organization, a government's an organization. This is our local government. And we want the best people in the best position to do the best service. And so how do we do that? I mean, how do we select, when you're going to select a committee or you're going to select a task, you're going to want it the most qualified person to serve in those capacities, right? So that's how you're going to get the best service for the people who voted for you and for the rest of the people. Whether they voted for you or not, it doesn't matter. It's all of Oxnard that you serve. Michaela, she will serve me. I'm in District 1. If I have a problem that I don't feel like I can resolve, I'll go to her or to any other council member. And when I look at the committees, I think I want the best people that are going to do that job to prepare agenda items and have those discussions before it comes to council, right? If we're going to go in that direction and have the committees, right? So my recommendation is that we want the person who has that resume. And it's important to recognize that if, Councilman Turan or Basua has served on that, then that's recognizable, right? So they have experience, right? But we have new council members who bring new skills. And I think we're all encouraged by the perspective and the diversity that we have on council now. And something we've lacked on council for a long time is somebody that has a professional financial background. And I think the most important thing that we can do when we turn our tax money over to council to provide all the services and fixing roads and giving us our police and fire and all the other services is that we get the best use of that money. Because it really does come down to money, like most things, and how that money is used to provide those services, right? We get revenue in and we have expenditures for services that go out. And we want people on those committees, on our council, that have the type of skills that will best serve the people. And I believe Aaron Starr has those skills, and he should be on the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the virtual caller. And that is the last speaker on this item.
Daniel Chavez, please press *6 to unmute, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Oxnard residents and staff. Daniel Chavez Jr.
Good evening.
A lifelong resident of the city of Oxnard. I can honestly tell you this has been one interesting city council meeting. There has been a lot of comments in regards to council committees and seating arrangements and preferences of who sits where. When I was the chair of the Planning Commission for 2 years, one of the things that we did was to solidify the way that we were going to have our seating arrangements, because ideally, and what the past practices of city council was years ago, was that the mayor pro tem always sat on the right hand of the mayor. Most senior member on the council sat to the left of the mayor, and then you followed by seniority all the way to the end. Very interesting choice that was made today. In regards to the council committees, I can honestly tell you that unfortunately, you are all elected officials. You can have a preference, but it's about what's in the best interest of the city. And unfortunately, people don't always get what they want. Council member Basua and Turan have been serving on that committee, the Finance and Governance, and I believe they should continue to serve on that committee. District 3 was assigned to serve on the Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing and Development. I don't see a shift or a need to shift anything, and this is part of politics. This is what Mr. Starr wanted to get into. You don't get to get what you want. You go where you're assigned. I can appreciate having a background in finance, but so does Council Member Basua and Turan. They have experience in finances. They have experience in governance. So it's one of those things that we need to recognize that you don't always get what you want. I will also echo some of the comments that Chair Orejo from the Planning Commission mentioned about selecting CAG members and ensuring that they are serving the best interests of our residents. But I want to take that a step further and make you guys aware that you guys also
30
have
seconds.
outside committees. And those outside committees, and I'm going to be biased, is on the Ventura County Transportation Commission. We need to ensure that we have somebody that's being appointed that is going to actually be an advocate for transportation. As a citizen representative for the past 4 years, and that was selected by all mayors, I want to ensure that Oxnard has a strong voice. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for your phone call.
May I comment?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the speakers that spoke today. I'm going to try to stay as calm as I can. Oh, there's one more speaker?
Oh, my goodness.
Go ahead.
I apologize, Mr. Piñero.
Probably a good thing.
I missed your card. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Basua. Again, Dan Pinero, resident of the city of Oxnard, Rio Lindo neighborhood. Mayor MacArthur, you need really to demonstrate integrity, independency, own thinking without any nod, any nuance of glance of approval from any other council members. You need to demonstrate that integrity. Be an independent thinker, council member, mayor, without any glances, nods of influence from any other council member. Review the tape on the votes for Mayor Pro Tem. Review the tapes. There's already a nuance, a glance. Mr. Starr, turn your microphone off. Not now, but learn to turn your microphone off. Listen to that vote, watch that nuance. When you demonstrate that you are not an independent council member, you lose that integrity. And that goes to all of you. That goes to me. That goes to all of us. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Piñero. Madam Clerk, is he the last speaker? Okay.
So if I may continue my comments?
Yes.
I want to thank the speakers, and sometimes when the speakers come out here, they bring out emotion in us, and that's exactly what one speaker did. Mayor, specifically to you, I am not sure if you intended to put all the women at the end as you sat us, but it is very, very telling on how we're sitting today. And I want to make sure that you understand and the voters understand who put you on that seat exactly what your choice were today. I personally think it was very poorly. Second, we talked about having a voice, right? Well, guess what? I have a voice, Oxnard, and I am not going to be quiet. Very disappointing, extremely disappointing today. I will not stay quiet. I will fight for what is right because we are Oxnard. We've come a long way, Mayor. And in case you haven't seen, we women, we have a voice. Second, as far as it comes to committees, 20 years working for the city of Port Hueneme in government, I am a director. I run budgets. Mr. Starr, with all due respect, and you know it's all with all due respect, running a agency that gives out money to the community is very different from running a company for profit. I must stay in this committee in order to continue to protect Oxnard. And I am going to be vocal about that. I am disappointed in tonight. I want it to be known in Oxnard, my disappointment, especially with our seating arrangements. You made it very clear on who you wanted. And I am, whether or not people understand or not, you spoke today. And if that's the way it's going to be, by all means, I was elected to serve. I will continue to serve to the best of my knowledge, but I am extremely disappointed tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a note that I made in my notes here, something that occurred to me after the conversation. Thank you, Councilwoman Basua, for those items. And yeah, the seating arrangements certainly, I think, are worth revisiting, and perhaps that's something we can look at between now and the next meeting. I just want to make a point regarding the request by Councilmember Starr to join a specific committee. Prior to making that request, he also asked that we agendize eliminating committees. So I'm realizing that if we, which committee doesn't matter if we end up eliminating them. And so that'll be a discussion for the January 7th agenda, or when it comes to us. But I just have to question the staunch preference for a committee when he has made it clear he doesn't want committees possibly, and have that for discussion. So just throwing that out there as well, if that helps with the conversation here. Lastly, the recommendation is also, so it's the City Council discuss council committee membership, which we have done, including committee chairs, which we have not yet done, in preparation for appointments we made January 7th. And so I know we've had a couple of variables and moving parts to this. If the mayor were to remain in each of the committees, if we continue committees, this is something that we can certainly discuss at that evening. But if you would indulge me, if you'd like, I'd be willing to offer to chair the Finance and Governance Committee if you were to join us on that, or I would defer to your input on that when the time comes on January 7th as well. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the council members have any more comments?
Mr. Chairman. Mayor, I'm sorry, he's the chair of the meeting. Mr. Mayor, just so that people are aware, I have almost 40 years of experience in finance, including as a background as a CPA. So that is the reason why I'm most interested in that committee. And I'm sorry if that offends anybody, but that's just it's my wheelhouse. So at this point in time, since I think we're through the agenda, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? He's made a motion to adjourn the meeting.
You can adjourn the meeting as the mayor.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Councilmember Pearl.
I'm not seconding that motion, but I would just like to state, it is a very interesting meeting. If, Mayor, you feel very strongly that Mr. Starr should be on the Finance Committee, if you would give up your seat on the Finance Committee. Mayor, if you feel very strongly that Mr. Starr and Mr. Starr feels that they should serve on the Finance Committee, if you would give up your seat. If we are moving and everything can move and we're discussing chairman, we don't need to possibly have the mayor sit as chair of all three things. It's up to you if you want to do that. And you might be able to kill two birds with one stone on that one. I serve as the chair on the Public Works. I enjoy that committee. I don't need to be the chair, but I enjoy that committee. I'll serve wherever the city needs me. But this is a very good discussion. The finances, I know there's a big, I believe there is a very strong disagreement of some members on this council that think the city is not going in the great financial direction that they perceive. I think they were 100% wrong, and I think the city has done a tremendous job to go forward. But it is your perception, and it is a perception of some of the council. But I do think the point that was made, if we're going to have an item on the agenda, and I'm curious, the item on the agenda will be set up the committees first, or to vote on doing away with the committees second, or vice versa. It's like getting, I mean, Mr. Starr is twisting it with his hand, and I appreciate that. Not derogatory. But it's like, what do we want to do? Do we want to fight over who's going to be in the committee, or do we want to do away with the committees? I do not believe in doing away with the committees, and I know we're not voting on that tonight.
Correct.
But that's my position. I want to state it for everyone here. I think the committees have served us well. And the bottom line, even if they are perceived not to serve us well, as some members of the public address, any of the 7 members on this council can address any of these items that come before the full council. You are not prevented from speaking on these items. If you have something to bring to the table, you bring it to the table. And that is how the committee system has worked in the past, and I think it's been a big improvement for our community. But those are my just comments. I hope you take them as given.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. My intent with just looking at the committees personally was just to simply recognizing that we have new council members here that bring in very diverse talents, and we wanted to just have a discussion, have a robust discussion about what each of us can contribute and where we can fit. And I think that when we see us up here, there's new people up here, and I think it's worth just a discussion to see what we bring to the table, to see where we can best fit. And I think that's what the public is expecting us to do. To just simply fill in gaps, I'm not so sure that's the best decision. So it is to simply go around, and I don't know if we intimately know one another other than what at surface level, but to know what it is that we bring, and to see collectively, to build a consensus and see what talents do we bring to each of these committees, and then just have a discussion about that and not be opposed to change, because ultimately, change is good. But if change doesn't need to happen, it doesn't need to happen. If we have the best fit members in those committees, then so be it. It's not we're staunch in making a change, but it's just simply to have a discussion, a robust discussion about what each of us bring to the table, and to have an agreement on it. It's just that, to me, it's that simple. Yes, Councilman Perla.
Just recommend before we do end the meeting this evening that you give everyone an opportunity, or request that everyone provide what they're interested in these committees. I don't know that we've heard from everyone yet.
Correct, Mr. Perla. Yes, that's a great idea. We could do just that. If we're okay, we can start from the left and move on this way. And then Councilmember McCullough, you can assert what it is, what committees you're interested in, what talents you bring that I think would make you a good fit for that.
Yes, I again want to just reiterate that I am okay with being on the Public Works and Transportation Committee. Transportation is a big issue in our community, and I think that with my background, thinking about climate, the direction that we're going into with green energy, that is, I think, where my skill set aligns, and I do have a background in finance as well, so I think that that's a perfect alignment there.
Thank you. Councilmember Perello?
I enjoy public works, but I'll serve wherever I can help the city.
Very, very kind of you, sir. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be brief, as I've made it clear. I joined, when I joined on the council, I was placed on the Finance and Governance Committee, and I have found it to be a good fit. I also have an extensive background in working in local government, and have also had to oversee budgets, and also at times in budget negotiations and programming negotiations in previous roles. And I brought that with me to this, and that includes grant writing and competitive grant writing and reviewing grants and making sure our deliverables are being met. And then also auditing of programs and making sure we have successful audits. And so my preference is to stay on the Finance and Governance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And, for me, just the experience I have and looking, I'll first start with looking at past council meetings and the way committees I ran and being a participant in it myself as a police commander, I think there is some benefit to having committees. I hear Councilmember Starr in wanting to bring in the discussion about whether or not committees are fruitful and the benefit of them. But seeing the mayor serving in all of these three committees, I do see the benefit of that as well, being intimately involved with the three various committees. Clearly, my strong suit for that is in public safety, given my 35 years' experience with the police department. So I have a very intimate knowledge of the way public safety runs, so I bring a lot of value to that. But I'm also managing programs and budgets at the police station, which consumes much of the city's budget. I have a background in finance and government, but I do see the benefit of the mayor's role in serving in all three committees. And I'll defer to you, Councilmember Starr.
I think I've already stated my position and what my qualifications are, so I'll let it go to the next person.
Councilmember
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
So I have no problem serving in the Community Service, Public Safety, Housing and Development Committee, and I just want to reassure folks who have voted and entrusted me that I will speak up, I will cast a vote, and as a Title V grant director at a community college, manage a few $1 million. So I will represent well. Thank you.
I think I've spoken enough tonight. Council Perallo actually brought up a good point. Mayor, if you want to go ahead and lead, and you want to step down from governance and finance, I will be more than happy to sit into committee meetings in order to allow Mr. Starr to have his first choice.
Thank you. I was just asking Mayor Pro Tem about just entertaining the idea with the seating arrangements. And I hear you, Councilmember Basua.
And just so we know, I would like to stay here. It would be a reminder of today for the rest of my next 2 years at least.
Okay.
So I'm not asking to change.
Okay.
This was your decision. Like I told you, I think it was very poorly. If you even thought about it and you saw what it did, I don't know. But I am requesting that I stay here. I think it's really important for, at least for me, to remember.
Okay, appreciate that. I just wanted to very, respectfully apologize if that's the way it was taken. It certainly wasn't that. Just to circle back, I did make a motion for Gabriela Rodriguez to be the mayor pro tem and to sit right here on the left. So it was certainly nothing ill-intended for that purpose at all. So I hope it's not taken that way at all, but I'm certainly open to the idea of rearranging the seats if that suits the council members as well. So no disrespect at all, Councilmember Micaela. Again, I did make the motion for Gabriela Rodriguez to be the mayor pro tem, which she would sit immediately to the left. So that should showcase certainly my feeling on women. I have my little girl sitting right there. Well, she'll sleep now, but there she is there. So I'm a father. I apologize if that was the way it was taken. And if there's, yes.
Thank you for that, Mayor. Just to round out this item, do we feel that staff has sufficient direction in this discussion we did with the go-around as far as folks' preferences and ideas around their committee assignments?
Yes.
Okay. If there are no further business on the agenda and without any objection, we are adjourned to Tuesday, December 17th. Good night and thank you. I was going to almost hit my iPad here.
All right, I'm already doing a good job.